I don't love you at all, Bofa. Bofa, go to hell. Bofa, go to hell. Bofa, go to hell. Bofa, go to hell. Oh god, it's all bullshit, isn't it? No, you signed up for that shit.
Where is my target?
Terry, can Terry come to me?
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough. What's the truth? Served the light while working in the dark. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. It wasn't me who chose King of Light. He
First blood! An enemy has been slain!
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
You have slain an enemy!
We served the light while working in the dark. Give me names, and I will give you blood. One life is just enough.
Backup!
It wasn't me who chose King of
Enemy
Light.
has slain the turtle.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. What's the truth? We served the light while working in the dark. One life is just enough. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Initiate retreat! Backup!
Nothing is true.
Killing spree! An enemy has been slain!
wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me. Give me names, and I will give you blood. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Mega kill.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. What's the truth?
Request backup. You destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
We served the light while working in the dark.
An enemy has been slain. The enemy has slain the turtle. An ally has been slain.
One life is just enough.
An enemy has been slain.
What's the truth?
Killing spree.
Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood.
An ally has been slain.
We served the light while working in the dark.
Our turret has been destroyed. Your team destroyed a turret. Enemy double kill.
Oh,
One life
What?
is just enough.
what?
Launch attack.
Yes, I would love dumplings. I forgot you said you wanted to feed me dumplings.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Our turret is under attack.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
An ally has been unstoppable. Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain.
truly wise man will not tell you the
Our
truth.
turret is under attack.
What's the truth?
Our turret has been destroyed.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Team destroyed. Our turret has been slain.
One life is just enough. We served the light while working in the dark. Give me names, and I will give you blood.
An enemy has been slain.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. Nothing is true. Nothing is true. One life is just enough. It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Our turret is under attack. Been destroyed. Nothing has been slain.
Nothing is true.
Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Our turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Nothing is true.
Killing spree. Launch attack. Launch attack.
What's the truth? Serve the light while
Monster kill. An ally has slain Lord. Mega kill.
give me names, and I will give you blood. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Godlike. Your team destroyed the turret. Has been slain. Double kill.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Your team destroyed a turret.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Your team destroyed a turret.
What's the truth?
Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Team maniac.
Nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Carry, carry. I must not keep dying. Why do you keep sending them? Oh my God, it still hurts. This other part of my body is not okay. I think I'm afraid of being human. Oh my God, fuck you. Wow, it's real 7 beat 703. All right. Oh man, fuck this shit. Oh! Huh. Huh? He did nothing. Oh my god. We paid for the shoes already. Ah. Oh my god, fuck you. Look. Okay, I'll take it. I'm enjoying my dumplings. What are you looking at? The fat one? Fat one, what are you doing? Fat one is the least trouble of the lot. Actually, you shit outside the she's also trouble. All of them are trouble. Wow.
Where is my target?
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Terry.
What's the truth? Give me
Initiate
names,
retreat.
and I will give you blood. We served the light while working in the dark.
First blood.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
An ally has been slain.
One life is just enough. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Fate forced me to become an assassin. Nothing is true.
You have slain an enemy.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
A truly wise man will not tell you.
An ally has slain the turtle.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. What's the truth?
Request backup.
We served the light while working in the dark. Give me names, and I will give you blood. One life is just enough.
Launch attack.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm an assassin.
Launch attack. Killing spree.
Nothing is true. Nothing is true. We served the
Launch
light
attack.
while
You have been slain.
working. May death bring me peace. What's the truth?
Launch attack. Mega kill. An ally has been unstoppable.
One life is just enough.
Monster kill.
Truly wise man will not tell you the truth. It wasn't me who chose King of Light.
Enemy has been
The
slain.
king chose me.
Your team destroyed a turret. You have slain an enemy.
served the light while working in the dark. What's the truth?
An enemy has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me.
Shut down. An ally has slain the turtle. Initiate retreat.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Launch attack.
One life is just enough. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
You have slain an enemy. Nothing is true.
They served the light while working in the dark.
Your team destroyed a turret.
One life is just enough. It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me.
Killing spree. An ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Shut down. Double kill. Killing spree.
Nothing is true. Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. What's the truth?
Ally has been slain. An enemy has your team destroyed a turret. Double kill. Enemy has been slain.
Truly wise man will not tell you. Nothing is true.
Killing spree. Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack. An enemy has been slain.
Nothing is true.
Mega kill.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me.
Mega kill. Your team destroyed a turret.
We served the light while working in the dark.
Launch attack.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. What's the truth?
Nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Give me names, and I will
An
give you
ally
blood.
has been slain.
One life is just.
Unstoppable! Shut down. Launch attack. Double kill. Nothing is true. Launch attack.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. What's the truth? Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Killing spree!
Serves the light
Our
while
turret is
working
under
the
attack. An ally has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Your team destroyed a turret. Mega kill. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat. Shut down. Launch attack.
He served the light
Initiate
while working in
retreat.
the dark.
Nothing is godlike.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. What's the truth?
Nothing legendary.
It wasn't me
Initiate
who
retreat.
chose King of Light, but the king chose me. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
An enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Legendary.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Victory!
Maybe I'm not Suzuki. It's okay. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Hasuki. Hasuki. Hasuki all day. Hasuki Suzuki all day. Hasuki Suzuki. Huh? Hasuki Suzuki. Hasuki Suzuki. Suzuki okay? Suzuki okay? Suzuki Suzuki Suzuki. Suzuki Suzuki. Oh, seriously. Yeah, this is a bookmark. Ah, shit.
I do what I want to do.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
The abyss
Initiate
is
retreat.
home to me.
Initiate retreat!
Who would recognize someone as weak as...
Request backup! Initiate retreat! Initiate retreat! Initiate retreat!
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful.
First blood! Request backup!
Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Let me take you to another world.
An ally has been slain.
The abyss is home.
Initiate retreat! An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat!
Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Poor you.
Enemy has been slain.
I will do anything. Your life shall be shattered in an instant. Let me take you to another world.
Initiate retreat!
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Your life.
You have slain an enemy. Request backup. Launch attack.
I will do anything for the abyss. Anything! The abyss is home to me.
Your team destroyed a turret. An ally has slain the turret. Initiate retreat. Enemy has been slain.
Your life.
Killing spree.
An instant.
Request backup.
Should have let Thabas teach you how
Your
to
team destroyed a turret.
I will do anything for the abyss. Anything! Who would recognize someone as weak as you?
Shut down.
Your life.
An ally
In an
has been
instant.
slain. Our turret has been destroyed.
The abyss is home to me.
Enemy has been slain.
Should have let teach you how to fight.
Enemy has been slain.
Let me take you to
Enemy
another
has been
world.
slain. Your team destroyed a turret. An ally has slain the turret. Killing spree.
In an instant!
Unstoppable. Launch attack.
Who would recognize
Mega kill.
is you? Let me take you to another world.
Enemy has been slain.
Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Killing spree.
Nah.
Enemy has
Your
been
strategies
slain.
are pitiful.
Unstoppable.
The abyss is home to me. I will do anything.
Enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Mega kill. Your team destroyed a turret.
Should have let fellas teach you how to.
Mega kill. Unstoppable. Double kill. Shut down. Your team destroyed a turret.
Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Enemy ally has slain Lord. Ally has
Why don't you? Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Double kill. An ally has been triple kill. Wiped out. Your team destroyed the turret.
It's not easy. This is not easy. This is hard. It's hard fucking. It's hard work. I'm not sleeping much. You see me sleep. Save. 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 Yeah, it's Hey, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry, Terry, Terry. Terry, Terry, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry, Terry, Terry. Can I have Terry? Can I have Terry? Terry, Terry. Can I have Terry? Ooh, Terry, Terry. Terry. Oh, Terry. Oh, Terry. 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 Oh, Terry. Oh.
I do what I want to do.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
Poor you. Why don't you just surrender? I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything! Who would recognize someone as weak as you? The Abyss is home to me. Should have let Thamas teach you how to fight.
First blood!
The Abyss. Who would recognize
Slain
someone
an
as
enemy.
weak as you? Should have let Thamas.
An ally has slain the turtle!
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. I will do anything for the abyss. Anything! Your life will be
Slain an enemy.
Let me take you to another world. I will do anything for the abyss. Anything! Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Killing spree.
Should have let Thamas teach you how to
Ally has been slain.
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful.
Yes. All right, I'll feed you in a bit, okay? Okay, Terry, I'll feed you in a bit, okay?
The abyss
Okay, Terry?
is home to me. Let me take you to another. Your life shall be shattered in an instant! The abyss is home to me. Should have let Thamas teach you how to fight.
Mega kill. Turret has been destroyed.
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Let me take you to another
Enemy
world.
has been slain. An ally slain the turtle.
I will do anything for the abyss. Anything!
Killing spree. Shut down. Your team destroyed the turret.
Poor you. Who would recognize someone as weak?
Launch attack.
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Who would recognize someone as weak as you? Should have let Famas teach you how to fight.
Your team destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Poor you. Why don't you just surrender?
Enemy has been slain. Ally has been slain.
The Abyss is home to me. Let me take you to another world.
Enemy has been slain.
Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Your life will be shattered in an instant! The Abyss is...
You destroyed a turret.
Who would recognize someone as weak as you?
An ally has been slain.
Shattered in an instant!
Killing spree.
Why don't you just surrender? I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything! Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Let me take you to another world.
Your team destroyed a turret. Has been slain. Mega kill. An ally has been slain. Our turret is under attack.
Who would recognize someone as weak as you? I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything! Poor you. Why don't you Your life shall be shattered in an instant! Should have let Famas teach you how to fight.
An ally has been
Your life shall be
Monster
shattered
kill.
in an instant!
Initiate retreat.
Abyss.
Enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed the turret. Our turret has been destroyed. Our turret is under attack.
The Abyss is home to me. Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Ally has slain Lord.
life shall be shattered in an instant!
An ally has been slain. Unstoppable! You destroyed a turret. Launch attack. Monster kill. Your team destroyed. Initiate retreat. Double kill. Your team destroyed a turret. Triple kill. Wiped out. Your team destroyed a turret. Victory!
Very hungry? Very hungry? Very hungry? Mom. Very hungry? Harry. 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 Mom. Harry. Mom. Harry. Mom. Harry. Mom. Harry. Mom.
I do what I want to do.
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
The Abyss is home to me. Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. For you, why don't you just surrender? Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything!
First blood! An enemy has been slain!
Poor you. Why don't you just surrender? Shattered in an instant! Who would recognize
Team
someone
destroyed
as
a turret! An enemy has been slain!
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. The Abyss is home to me.
An ally has slain the turtle!
I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything! Let me take you to another world. Should have have let Famas teach you how to fight. Poor you. Why don't your life shall be shattered in an instant? Let me take you to another world.
Team destroy the turret. Killing spree.
Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Your life will be shattered
Slain
in
an
an
enemy.
instant. Who would recognize someone as weak as you? Abyss is
Killing spree. Double kill. An ally has slain the turtle. Our turret has been destroyed.
Poor you. Why don't you just surrender? I will do anything for the
Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Nah. Your strategies are pitiful.
Enemy double kill.
Let me take you to another.
Enemy has been slain.
The Abyss.
Double kill. Your team destroyed the turret. Has been slain.
Should.
Shut down. Enemy killing.
Who would recognize someone as weak as you? Nah. Your life shall be shattered in an instant! Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Let me take you to another world. Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Enemy has been slain.
I will do anything for the Abyss. Anything! The abyss is home.
Shut down. Killing spree.
Oh, why don't you just...
An enemy has been slain. Ally has been mega kill. Double kill. Initiate retreat. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your team destroyed a turret.
Should have let Famas teach you how to fight. Nah. Your strategies are pitiful. Your life shall be
Enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill. Enemy has been slain.
The abyss is home to me.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Your life shall be shattered in an instant!
Ally has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret.
The abyss.
Mega kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Maniac. Savage. Wiped out. Your team destroyed a turret. Your team destroyed a turret. Victory!
Oh, okay. Ready?
Peace shall reign the world.
I love my girlfriend sister. 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 Fuck you. What the fuck was that? Oh, I don't think that. Holy shit, man.
The second most used word will appear about half as often.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're all having a lovely, lovely weekend. And I hope you're ready. As we sit down, that's my alarm. Can you hear my alarm? That's how professional I am. Set an alarm for myself to make sure I get to work. That's what you get on these streams. You get professional level streamer. See? I knew you were going to get it. Ladies and gents, good evening to all of you. Hopefully you are well. I've just realised the text on the screen is over my face. Now, you know, a weak changer, a weak streamer would change it. No. I've committed. All right, I'm just going to roll with it. I'm going to pretend I meant to do it. That's what I'm going to do. People are going to join the stream and be like, Josh, the chat's on your face. Is it? Or is my face under the chat? You know, which one are you prioritising?
In 1997, I was in middle school and the best movie ever was released, Starship Troopers, an alien war movie with boobs. It instantly became one of my all-time favorites. I've made no attempt to hide the fact that in my younger years, I was a libertarian patriot, so I really took to the message of the movie. So much so that unlike all you fake fans, I actually served. A few years after the movie came out, when I was in college ROTC, I had to write a report about a book which focused on military leadership and tactics. Guess what book I chose? In the decades since the movie was released, Starship Troopers has gathered quite the cult following, especially among white millennial men who have never served a day in their lives. I know that because before I joined up, I was one of them. But then I did serve, and I read the book. And I can pretty confidently say that most fans of the movie probably haven't done either of those things. Nobody seems to understand the message of the book or the movie. So come on, you apes. You want to know better?
So, what would happen if every screw just disappeared? I think everyone knows if you had X-ray vision and could see through the things around you, you'd see that pretty much everything is held together with screws or their sibling, the bolt. The entire fabric of our world is held together by little bits of metal with twists in them, just a simple helix wrapped around a cylinder. They are so common, ubiquitous, and work so well that you don't even notice them at all, and that's a beautiful thing. But what you may not know is that screws are used in many, many more ways than just to fasten things together. If screws just suddenly disappeared, we'd have way more problems than things just falling apart. I don't want to spoil the fun, but over the next few videos I'm making about screws, I think you'll see the humble helix is amazingly important and profound in ways you've probably never imagined, and affects you more than you know. The first kind of screw we know of wasn't anything like you would usually think of. Instead, it was used to move water. Probably first used in the Hanging Gardens of Babylon around 600 BC, which was likely in Nineveh in modern Iraq. Today we know them as Archimedes' screw. Archimedes was the first to describe them in writing when he saw them in Egypt around 234 BC. The ancient Egyptians living along the Nile were making so much food with irrigation by several techniques, including water screws like these, making Egypt the breadbasket of the Mediterranean. While primarily used to convey water throughout the ages, as it still is sometimes today, the water screw is beneficial, if not critical, for other uses, like in plastic injection molding, snowblowers, chocolate fountains, or if you have one of these in your combine harvester, you're looking at an idea well over 2,000 years old, and a better way hasn't yet been found. But how else were screws used in the ancient world? Ancient people who wanted wine or olive oil had a big problem. It's a real pain to crush the fruits to extract the juices in a maximally profitable way. We know what wine was used for, but everyone around the Mediterranean used tons of olive oil too, and it was a huge business. One of the earliest known ways to extract it, other than the good old feet method, was to make a press. There were many variations on the fruit press in the ancient world, but what it really came down to was a few basic designs that used a huge beam that was pulled down to squish the fruit. Now, to you, this idea may seem impossibly out of fashion by a few thousand years, but if you're like me, you probably have one of these fruit presses in your kitchen too. This is just a mini version of an idea thousands of years old, and one of the first and most important simple machines ever made. Eventually, someone made a huge leap by using a screw vertically through the end of the beam and anchoring it with a giant rock. Now you could use poles to turn the screws, which tried to pick up the rock, but really had the practical effect of bringing the lever down. But then there was another leap, in a new, different press, which would eventually have an incredibly profound impact, far, far beyond fruit pressing. This new press got rid of almost everything, and put the screw right on top of the fruit pressing on boards. This press had the advantage of being small, easier and cheaper to build, and still highly effective. Now a single person can easily pull a lever and exert a tremendous amount of force downwards on a simple, cheap machine that's also very productive. Or, alternately, you could make a larger version and employ a few people or animals to press a lot of fruit really profitably, and they were used until relatively modern times. But the importance of this style of press doesn't end with olive oil and wine. Oh no, it's way more important than that. In the next episode in this series, you'll see how this simple style of press and the pattern of this machine is something of a ticking time bomb. When combined with a few other inventions, roughly 1500 years later, it would help kick off a chain reaction that would impact millions of people, where some of the best, but also some of the most horrible things that will happen in Western civilization really start to unfold, and which we're still dealing with today. But we're going to save that for next time. Remember Archimedes, the guy who was the first to describe the water screw earlier? He's probably the inventor of a completely different way to use a screw, and something we generally now call a worm drive. This simple but clever device combines a screw acting as a special gear, and the worm wheel, which is a gear of only slightly different form. The brilliance of this cannot be understated, as it allows for a great conversion of rotational distance to torque in a very compact and elegant way, while also turning the direction of travel 90 degrees. It takes one full turn of the endless screw to advance one tooth of the worm wheel. This has a great advantage of a massive reduction by however many teeth you have in your gear to one. With this idea, and a few other tricks like the compound pulleys he also invented, Archimedes, also famous for designing war machines, probably used worm drives in lifting devices like his iron claw that allegedly pulled Roman ships partially out of the water, capsizing them. His lifting mechanism reputedly takes advantage of another important property of a worm drive, in that you can't easily drive it backwards, meaning rotation through the worm wheel won't spin the endless screw. This was possibly used to great advantage in his lifting mechanisms, as it meant the crank you turned wouldn't have to be held in place to keep it from spinning backwards, possibly injuring the crew. So, we have external threads pretty well figured out, but what about internal ones? Someone else who built upon Archimedes' work on screws is a man usually known as Hero. Around the 1st century, a highly inventive Greek living in Roman Egypt in the city of Alexandria, he invented many things that we'll have to talk about another day. While it's easy enough to make decent external threads, making internal threads, like you'd find on a nut, is very tricky indeed. So he decided to invent a kind of boring machine to duplicate external threads into internal ones. First, he started with a block of wood with a hole bored in it. Then from the outside, he inserted some sharpened dowels that matched the pitch of the thread. This was a brilliant way to make internal threads without actually making internal threads. From there, it was easy to make an externally threaded screw chiseled out in the usual way. And then, onto that he added an extension. Into the extension near the end, he put a metal cutter that he could raise up and down per pass. Then he placed another piece of wood with a hole bored in it in front of this. And then over several passes, and much more slowly than this of course, raised the cutter bit by bit and slowly bored out the workpiece. And by this method, he could make internal threads without starting with internal threads. With this internal thread cutting machine, look what's really happening here. This is a very early instance of a mechanism which is removing the skill of the operator from the equation and putting it into the machine. It takes a skilled person to cut the first master thread, but after that, with only a little training, someone else could run a machine like this and make a beautiful complex part, an internal thread, and do it again and again with high repeatability. And this is the basis for our mass-produced industrial world, putting the skill into mechanized machines that we just feed raw material and power. Remember the pattern of this particular machine. We're going to see it again. Hero used his relatively high-quality screws and gears in a number of ways, and one of them was in something called the dioptra, which was a high-quality surveying instrument driven by worm drives on 2 axes. I have an antique telescope mount that works in exactly the same way, though only on 1 axis. This is literally the same mechanics as a device about 2,000 years old. Like mine, Hero's dioptra presumably had a scale on it as well, so you could understand how much you've moved as you turn the screws. Doesn't that make it some form of early micrometer? But what about the small metal screws we're so familiar with? Where were they first used? We have to jump ahead to the late medieval period to Germany in the late 1400s. The Germans of this period had very advanced mining, metalworking technology, and highly skilled artisans. It was probably here that metal screws, and bolts, were first semi-regularly used as fasteners, showing up in 15th century German plate armor as one example. So hey, real talk. I have to step aside here and discuss an important topic. There will be exceptions, but very broadly speaking, the difference between a screw or a bolt is a bolt goes through something unthreaded and has a nut or something else threaded on the other side. A screw is put into something usually unthreaded and makes its own thread as it goes in. And of course, there's all kinds of things called screws or bolts that aren't fasteners at all. Please argue about this in the comments and show your counterexamples, as it is tradition whenever someone brings up screw versus bolt. Going forward, I will use screw to mean screw or bolt and let you figure it out. Okay, back to armor. Screws were more likely to be found in high-quality tournament armor rather than the field armor worn by the lower ranks. Typically, rivets or other kinds of fasteners were used in most places, and screws only were truly needed. We actually don't know much about thread making in these times. Sometimes the screws were just driven through the armor plate in a self-tapping manner, usually into areas which had been thickened so it would have greater bite for the threads. So, if you have screws, you have a screwdriver, right? Actually, no. Because screws were so uncommon at this point, why bother to make a dedicated tool? Plus, a screwdriver is such a simple device. They were just added onto the ends of handles on other tools. While you might think your multi-tool is a new idea, it's actually been around for many hundreds of years. Also from around this time, there is a remarkable German document from around the 1480s, often referred to as the medieval house book, something of a how-to manual for lords and knights. But it's also proudly showing many of the wonderful drawings of machines, processes, and devices, often with the new crazy technology, the screw. Although we can't see the screws, it does show the kinds of armor that would have had them. And in the other drawing, screws start popping up everywhere. One remarkable example is screws being used to regulate the angle of cannons. Much like Hero used screws for precision adjustments in his dioptra, now screws are being used to angle cannons on two axes. I've not been able to find any other illustrations of cannons ever actually being made like this, so if someone has a reference, I'd love to know more about it. And while we'll talk about this in more detail in a bit, screws take a bit of an ominous turn, showing up in various tools you'd keep in your dungeon. What's especially remarkable is they bothered to draw a small screw that appears to be slotted, which tells you it's important to them. This implies a screwdriver, but one is never shown. Also, this drawing clearly shows a wrench to be used to turn nuts, both square and hexagonal on their torture instruments. And then, out of nowhere it seems, like a spaceship coming down from the sky. No, not the guys in ridiculously pointy shoes showing some of the ways to assault a tower, but on the other side of the page, where a surprisingly complex screw-cutting lathe is shown. The lathe is shown in two parts. The first is the frame, which includes the master screw and the workpiece to be cut, here with some threads already cut in it. And then below it, the cutting part of the lathe is removed so we can see it more clearly. It fits into the frame of the lathe in the slot under the master screw and the workpiece, held in place by a wedge. What a joke this is. Not only do we have a removable cutter, a tool like is still used in lathes today, but also a cross slide regulated by an internal screw. Remember Hero's machine for cutting internal threads? Well, this is a highly refined version of the same idea, but for copying external threads with a bunch of modern stuff thrown in. Imagine how when you turn the crank, the master screw would push the workpiece forward past the cutting tool, copying the thread of the master. For the second time, this is another incredible moment where the skill is put into the machine, not the person operating it. In a time when everything was made by hand one at a time, this is remarkable. It also notice the illustrator made an error. The master screw is right-handed, with the screw being cut, which should be the same pattern as the master, is left-handed. Oops. And for a second time, remember the pattern of this machine. We're going to see it again. What's also remarkable in this illustration is some scholars think this is the first illustration we have of a dedicated screwdriver. Well, looking at it closely, I think this is more likely like a hex nut driver, like this one where it's recessed on the inside. I think it clearly was meant to work the end of the cross slide to advance the cutting tool. Still, this is quite possibly the first illustrated dedicated hand tool for turning a screw. There's another spectacular German document from a little later, known as the Löffelholz Codex. It's full of truly amazing, skillfully hand-drawn images from around 1505, with what seems like screws popping up on almost every page. Well, when they weren't messing around balancing items off tables. The skill of the German craftsmen of this time is really put on display here, and screws start popping up in all sorts of new places, like these fancy workbenches showing screws being used for work holding. Or these absolutely beautiful compasses and calipers that must have used very finely crafted screws. Like in the medieval house book, we briefly saw some of the tools that you can use to deal with people you don't like. There are, of course, countless ways to inflict pain upon people, and humans have been quite creative with this. And the screw allowed for new, simple, compact methods for inflicting pain. In this document, we see a number of screws employed for crushing various body parts. With thumb screws, you could inflict intense pain on someone, as fingers and thumbs have lots of nerve endings. Small, simple, something you can just pop in your pocket and highly effective. Thumb screws proved very popular and several versions are shown in this document. When you hear the popular expression, turning the screws on someone, these are the screws they're talking about. If you could read 15th century German script like this, I'd love to hear from you. I'm sure there's a lot I'm missing on many pages because I can't read the script. Thanks to the relatively recent import of the Chinese invention gunpowder, we start seeing firearm technology illustrated. This wheel lock mechanism to ignite the gunpowder was complicated to manufacture, borrowing heavily from the other cool technology of the time, mechanical clocks. But what we care about today is the 4 screws that held it in place. With the violent and strong forces of a firearm, small screws bite into wood and hold better than a small nail would. And although the first metal screws and bolts were possibly used in armor like mentioned earlier, those were not commodities. Probably the first really wide use of small metal screws at large scale was as fasteners in firearms, which kicked off industries in Germany and France in particular for screw-making specialists. These are obviously very fancy guns, but it was soon common for firearms of all kinds to have screws. Remember Hero's internal threading machine, which may have been the first machine to make internal threads? Or the screw-cutting lathe from the house book? They basically had a handle on one side which drove a master screw, which moved a workpiece past a cutting tool copying the thread. About 500 years later, this exact pattern of a machine would be used again, but for a very different purpose, and one you owe a great deal of debt to. In 1877, a man in Menlo Park, New Jersey, used that same machine pattern not to cut screws per se, but to make grooves into a tinfoil covered cylinder.
Mary had a little lamb, its fleece was white as snow, and everywhere that Mary went, the lamb was sure to go.
That man was, of course, Thomas Edison, and he had invented the first machine which could record and play back sound. Of all the inventions he would have a part in, he was extremely proud of it and said this was his favorite. Though I have no clue if he was directly inspired by those earlier machines, I think it's more likely just an elegant solution to a similar problem. For various reasons, Edison would eventually lose out to the flat circular records we know today. But his cylinders did have one big advantage. You could record on them, unlike the flat records, so these machines lived on until the 1950s. And you know what? I happen to have one. And I didn't just buy it for this video either. I bought this when I was a very young man and was fascinated by its beauty and what it stood for, and it's been on a shelf wherever I've lived for decades. This one was made probably in the late 1920s. At first, mine doesn't look like Hero or the
Where is
House
my
Books
target?
lathe, or even Edison's first prototype models. Until you turn it around, and then, aha, there is the master screw to guide the cut of the helical groove. It's the same exact principle as Hero and the Housebook screw cutting machines, just slightly modified to be folded back on itself connected by an internal clutch. In the decades I've owned it, I've never tried to use it. Maybe in a future episode? So there you have it, the first episode on the history of screws. We've seen screws used in many different ways, from raising water to fruit presses, war machines, the worm driving precision measuring, then into armor, firearms, torture devices, early screw cutting machines, guns, to the machine that brought us recorded media, which is the oh so distant ancestor of you listening to me now. There's so much more to the history of screws though, as they've been used in so many other ways. Thankfully, we do have screws as fasteners though, and I think we're all happy that they can hold the world together. If you want to know more, the next stop on your journey is to hit the thumbs up, subscribe, and bell buttons if you haven't already. It really does help get the word out and helps keep me going. Did you learn something today?
Welcome
What do you
to
think about
Mobile
screws?
Legends.
What screws are around you right now? Let me know in the comments.
5 seconds
Thanks
till
for
the
watching.
enemy reaches
I'll
the
see you next time.
battlefield. Smash them. All troops deployed.
It wasn't me who chose King
So
of
the other
Light,
day I was working in the
but the
shop
king chose me.
making some chips. And I got to thinking,
Request backup.
where does all this come from?
Truly
Like
wise
straight
man
lines,
will not
regular
tell you the
intervals,
truth.
you know, that kind of stuff.
Request backup.
Now, I'm no scholar, or professional machinist for that matter. And, like you do, I started having a look in the story
Fate
and
forced
history of
me
how we
to
got to
become an
where we are
assassin.
today. And it's pretty amazing. It took thousands of years, and the work of people all over the world, and I found a lot of things that surprised me. I think the best way to think
What's
it
the
through
truth?
is to imagine you have nothing, and you start all over again. So let's say you're
Give me
stranded on a
names,
desert
and
island.
I will give you blood.
And one day, you decide you know just the thing that'll get you back to civilization. A time machine. I mean, not only do you regret the 3-hour boat tour, but you
One
might as well
life
fix all
is
that other
just
stuff,
enough.
too. Because everyone knows a time machine is made up of lots of complex, precise parts, like the panametric fan and the turbo encabulator. But it's a desert island.
Who serves the light
Everything
while
around you
working
is
the
organic
dark.
shapes. To get started, you need something straight with accurate marked dimensions, a ruler.
Fate
How would you
forced
get
me
there?
to become an assassin.
Where would you even start? Get 3 reasonably flat pieces of cast iron or granite and mark them A, B, and C.
Slain.
If you rub A and B together, they'll get flatter, but also run the risk of one becoming concave and the other convex, either just a little bit. The trick comes when you
We
rub B
served
and
the
C
light
together,
while working
and then
the
C and A.
dark.
The only common plane between 3 or more surfaces has to be one that's practically perfectly flat. This is how you,
What's
on
the
a remote
truth?
desert island, with a lot of effort but no external reference,
Request
make a
backup.
perfectly flat surface from which all the dimensional precision of the modern world comes from. With that flat surface, or surface plate, you can make the rest of the tools you need to create things like squareness, parallelism, flatness, how round something is, and make tools for accurately dividing the surface. Then you can make portable straight
Truly
edges, which are
wise
just as
man
flat
will
as your
not
surface
tell you.
plate, and transfer that nearly perfect geometry into other machines like lathes or milling machines to make precision parts. Everything precision around you can be traced
One
eventually
life
back
is
to the
just
surface
enough.
plate. Oh, you don't see the surface plate in, say, your car or phone. But if you follow the chain of tools backwards, it's there.
Give me names,
Your phone
and
was
I
made
will
by
give you
machines
blood.
which got their final precision from straight edges, which in turn got their precision from the surface plate.
It wasn't
It's
me
like bricks
who
in a
chose
building.
King of Light.
All bricks
King
are relative to
chose
the
me.
first one that was laid. So it is with tools in the machine shop to the surface plate. They're in every machine shop and factory throughout the world, and they are regularly inspected, resurfaced when necessary, and certified to attest to their accuracy and serve as the final authority and foundation for precision surfaces. Mine came from the Alameda Naval Air Base,
Who
where it
serves
was
the
in the
light
machine
while
shop that we
working
built
the
jet
dark.
engines from at least the mid-60s until the base closed in 1997. It's old and beat up, but it's good enough
Give
for
me
me,
names,
and I think
and
the
I
history
will
is
give you
pretty cool.
blood. Nothing is true. Fate forced me to become an assassin. One life is just enough.
So now we have a perfectly flat surface.
What's the truth?
But what a surface plate can't do for you, though, is give you a distance of measure. Something like the regular marks on a ruler. This has to be an arbitrary amount, and historically the differences between the next town or
It
parish
wasn't
over
me who chose
have played
King of
trade
Light,
and commerce for
but the
millennia.
king chose me.
France at the time of the French Revolution was estimated to have over 250,000 units of weights and measure throughout the country.
A truly
And that was
wise
a problem
man
no
will
way
not
unique to
tell you the
France.
truth.
So with your surface plate, you can make a straight edge to start a ruler. Now you have to mark it at regular
Fate
intervals.
forced me to become an
What unit do
assassin.
you use? Where does that
Nothing
unit
is
come
true.
from?
Enemy has
Could you
been
accurately
slain.
recreate those marks if you lost your ruler? Since history was
One
first
life
recorded, units of
just
measurement were
enough.
taken from nature, often the human body. A cubit was elbow to fingertips, the inch was the width of the thumb, and the span was taken from the hand.
Truly wise man.
Edward
will not
I of
tell
England
you
declared
the
that 3 barley
Team
corns,
destroyed
dry and
the
round, make an inch. Don't laugh about using barley corn as a measurement. U.S. and British shoe sizes are still measuring
What's
barley
the
corn
truth?
to this day. The obvious problem is your barley corns might be a different size than mine, or mine might even dry out and change over time. Though for a long
spree.
time, that was good enough. But eventually a more accurate and universally accepted measurement system was needed. The dream has always been to find a natural measurement that was uniform everywhere, that anyone could reproduce at high accuracy. So in 1824, England created a standard yard based on a pendulum length beating seconds in London at sea level in a vacuum. Thus being a natural measurement, it could be recreated at Gloucester.
Sir, nothing is true.
And in 1834, it was destroyed in a fire of Parliament. Probably the calculations used to create it were found to be erroneous. And by then it was well understood that gravity is not geographically uniform, and that standard was abandoned. Thankfully, copies of the previous 1760 yard were still available, and from those, a new standard was made, to which all measurements were standardized all the way until the Weights and Measurements Act of 1963.
Monster kill.
Remember what I said about France having 100,000 measurements?
Double kill.
In the 1790s, the French had been working to sort the whole mess out, what would become the metric system. They too wanted it based on a natural system that anybody could reproduce. The measurement of 1/10,000,000th of the Earth between the
It
North
wasn't
Pole and the
me who
equator,
chose King of
and they would
Light,
call it
but the
a
king
meter.
chose me.
It wasn't just measurement they were trying to make decibel. The 360-degree circle inherited from the ancient Babylonians became 400 degrees.
Give me
The
names,
meter in the
and I will
400-degree
give you
circle
blood.
made calculations far easier and synchronized astronomy and navigation. 100 kilometers would be 1 degree of latitude and under 40 million meters in circumference. So getting the length of the meter right was incredibly important. So many other measures derived directly from it. For example, 1 milliliter of water is 1 cubic centimeter, weighs 1 gram, and requires 1 calorie of
life
heat
is
for its
just
temperature 1 degree centigrade, which is a 1% difference between freezing and boiling. The amount of hydrogen weighing the same amount has exactly 1 mole of atoms in it.
Truly wise man
By
will not
comparison, in
tell
the
you
American
truth.
system, the answer to how much energy does it take to boil a room temperature gallon of water is go fly a kite.
Your team destroyed a turret. Enemy has been slain. Legendary.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Your team destroyed a turret.
To get the measurement
Served
needed for
the
the meter,
light while
in the early
working in the
1790s, the French Academy of Sciences charged 2 men, 2 of the top astronomers of their time, but also very familiar with surveying, to plot the meridian distance from Dunkirk through
Fate
Paris to
forced
Barcelona.
me to become an assassin.
The remainder of the distance to the equator and North Pole would be extrapolated. Originally, the mission was supposed to take less than a year. However, after some delays, when the expedition was
It wasn't
finally
me
underway,
who chose
the
King
country
of
was
Light.
convulsing from the French
The king
Revolution,
chose
and
me.
everything was a mess, to say the least. Instead of a year or less, it took 6 years to determine that single number, and is truly an amazing story.
What's the truth?
Nearly everything that possibly
Has
could
been
go wrong
slain.
did.
Ally has been
Even with all their
slain.
hard work,
Nothing
trying
is
error was
true.
produced
Ally has
that we
been
still live
slain.
with
You have
today.
slain an enemy.
The story of that expedition and methods is so amazing, it
We
deserves its own
served
video.
the light while
and that'll
working
come
in
later.
the dark.
With the measurement finally done, in 1799, the French legislated the meter as the official standard, though France had
Give
a
me
rocky
names,
on-again,
and I
off-again
will give you
relationship
blood.
with it until 1875, when an international convention made the standard across several countries. Official bars were sent to countries to serve
One
as their
life
reference.
is just
The
enough.
U.S. received what is called the number 27 National Prototype Meter Bar, made of platinum with a touch of uridium, in an X shape to keep maximal dimensional stability.
What's the truth?
Speaking of which, Getting back to freedom units, in 1866, the U.S. Geographic Survey stated that thereafter the U.S. inch was equal to just a tiny fraction of a hair over 25.4
It wasn't me who
millimeters.
chose King of Light, but the
Starting in
king chose
1893,
me.
all the way until 1960, every calibrated device made in the U.S.,
A truly wise
intrometric,
man will
from
not
the most
tell you
sensitive
the
scientific instruments to school children's rulers, were all traceable back to that number 27-meter bar sitting in Washington, D.C. It was at that moment, over 150
Fate
years
forced
ago in
me to become an
1866,
assassin.
the U.S. inch was linked to the meter, and every time in later years the meter was further refined, so was the inch with it.
An ally has slain
It wasn't me who
But in the late
chose King of
1800s,
Light.
the English
The king
imperial yard
chose me.
was such that 1 inch equaled a fraction of a hair under 25.4 millimeters. Even worse, compared to the meter, the English yard artifact is slowly shrinking.
Nothing is true.
Your team destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Legendary. An enemy has been slain. Your team
So having your flat
destroyed a
surface,
turret.
now agreed upon international standard, is useless unless you can actually get it into the hands of your manufacturing high-precision products.
Nothing is
And that's exactly the situation the Swede Carl Edvard Johansson found himself in. He was inspection chief at a Swedish factory with American and German guns on license. When they started making a new gun,
Victory!
there was no way for him to quickly make new gauges, the tools to quickly check the size of machined items. In this footage from a World War I UK munitions plant, notice she's checking the dimension with gauges of a fixed size. The obvious problem is that they're going to wear, be difficult to adjust, and not super precise. What was needed was a system where the gauges could be adjusted, but even more importantly, checked and set correctly at regular intervals. And that's what Johansson invented. Notice now the gauges are adjustable, but even more profound and far-reaching was the system used to set and check them. For that, Johansson invented a set of very precisely made metal blocks, sized such that they could be combined together to make many, many thousands of dimensions quickly and accurately. In doing so, he made a universal measuring system that underpins the industrial world today. He made his first gauge block set in 1896 with the help of his wife's sewing machine to carefully lap the very hard steel blocks. His first sets were so expensive they cost more than his annual salary at the gun factory. In 1914, a set cost about $21,000 in today's money, and were accurate to 3/millionths of an inch. Making the block so they kept dimensional stability at that accuracy proved very difficult, and Johansson had to experiment with many different kinds of steel, but also cycles of freezing and heating and letting them sit for many months before finally being lapped to final dimension. The entire process takes about a year. At the outbreak of World War I, the U.S. War Department declared Johansson's blocks as the standard of measurement for all war material. However, the German submarine blockade of neutral Sweden caused near panic when additional gauge block sets were not available. The chief of the U.S. Bureau of Standards was able to get Johansson's U.S. sales manager released from Army duty and sent to Sweden. He stayed there until he was able to get 128 sets made and successfully smuggled them past the German inspectors back to the U.S.
The beautiful small city of Eskilstuna, Sweden, is famous for steel and machine tools. Near its historic main square are factories with products requiring the finest craftsmanship. Here, over 300 years ago, Sweden's tool-making had its origin. And in this ancient town, world industry was revolutionized a half-century ago by incredibly accurate products of the Johansson factory. At the foundries of Sandviken, molten metal is transmuted into the finest steel, writhing like giant serpents. At the Johansson plant, fully processed steel bars of all required dimensions move from vast storerooms to machines, cutting them into proper lengths for milling. Here, master machinists shape blocks of steel that made modern industrial science possible, for they are the world's standard engineering measure, the unbelievably precise Johansson gauge blocks. These operations may appear quite simple, but the cutting and polishing procedures demand utmost skill. The creation of perfect flat planes of steel is one of the greatest achievements of industrial science. Each gauge block must pass rigid spectroscopic tests and be completely perfect, for it is the final authority in all highly accurate measurements.
Well, that's what you wanted, isn't it?
This device
Yeah, you
developed
got
by
what you
the
fucking
company's
wanted.
founder, detects an error
Why
of
are you still so
1/25
unhappy?
millionth of an inch
Exactly.
in these blocks, which
Dumb
test
fuck.
accuracy of gauges, making high-precision mass production possible. Now, engineer Johansson demonstrates an amazing property of these blocks. First, ringing several together. Although non-magnetic, they adhere. He attaches top and bottom blocks to cables of the tensile strength tester, which indicates their remarkable cohesion, possibly the result of molecular attraction. The blocks cannot be forced apart, even with a tensile pull of 120 kilos or 570 pounds per square inch. Only with such amazingly fine measuring units could our modern machine age come into being. Gauge blocks in various combinations are exceedingly sensitive to temperature changes. Here, a cylindrical gauge is being tested. Now the gauge is slightly warm, with this result. This matched set may seem hardly more impressive than a box of children's blocks, but with them, we have built our complex industrial world. Endless combinations provide all needed dimensions. Gauges of all types everywhere are tested with these blocks produced in a little Swedish town where half a century ago, modern industrial science was born.
In the economic depression that followed the war, Johansson was about to go out of business, so he contacted Henry Ford, who promptly bought the company. Ford and Johansson were fast friends. Only Ford's son Etzel and Johansson were allowed into Ford's office without knocking. In Ford's 1931 book, Moving Forward, there's a whole chapter on Johansson's blocks. Ford writes, before Johansson's blocks, they pretty much didn't know what an inch was, but now could calibrate and check their gauges, often multiple times a shift, and could consistently maintain 3/10,000ths of an inch accuracy on critical parts. This greatly increased production and profitability. Click on the link to read that chapter. Starting in 1923, Johansson and Ford co-branded gauge blocks were sold in a heavy Bakelite box. Here's a period brochure detailing the different options and grades. When new, the A grade set cost about $5,500 in today's money. The 81 block set is said to be able to make over 100,000 combinations, but I can't find a precise number mentioned anywhere, and that really annoys me. But more on that later. Production reached its peak during World War II, when Ford was shipping 200 sets a week. Ford had ensured the U.S. would never be short on gauge blocks again, and companies all over the United States involved in the war effort were buying them as fast as he could make them. And you know what? The blocks have an amazing property. If you carefully slide or ring them together, they'll actually stick together on the very precision lap sides. Is it because of intermolecular forces? Cold welding where the electrons are crossing between the blocks? Or maybe because the atmosphere is crushing down on them and all the air is squeezed out? Or, I don't know. The debate rages on, and no one seems to know for sure, but it's probably a combination. The problem with different inch standards became a real issue in World War II, when the inch-based countries discovered their parts were not truly interchangeable, as there was at least 3 different standards for the inch. Following the war in 1951, the Canadians sensibly legislated that 1 inch was equal to 25.4 millimeters exactly, and shortly after, the US and UK followed suit. But Johansson had beat them all to it. He had split the difference between the US and English standards, and set 1 inch to exactly 25.4 millimeters long ago in 1923 when he started working with Ford. He had effectively already shifted over entire industries which were using his blocks as their definitive basis of measurement to what was then called the industrial inch. I'm going to let that sink in for a moment. The US inch is not only based on the meter, but effectively a guy from Sweden that determined by how much. Gauge blocks have innumerable uses around the shop, but one important one is to regularly check your micrometers. Though not as accurate as gauge blocks, micrometers are the most frequently used measuring device. If there's a difference between your micrometer and gauge blocks, trust the gauge blocks. Attesting to the importance of gauge blocks today, there are many manufacturers, but they are still widely called Joe blocks, in honor of Johansson, no matter who is making them. The final piece is traceability. Here in the US, we have NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology. It serves as the authority for all weights, measures, and more. Other countries have their own equivalents. NIST will, for a stiff fee, test and certify your measuring devices to meet extremely exacting standards and record the precise deviation. In a factory or laboratory, you'll see certifications on measuring devices which are not checked directly by NIST, but rather checked locally and are part of an unbroken, verifiable chain leading back to NIST. Many shops will have a very high-quality master set of gauge blocks that are only used to verify the precision of the other gauge blocks, which in turn then check everything else. One of the wonders of our time is you can buy a new set of gauge blocks which are NIST traceable for under $100. Remember, the first sets cost more than Johansson's yearly salary. Everyone can have measurement, accurate to a few millionths of an inch, for almost nothing. The implications of these four things: the surface plate as the foundational dimensional reference, the meter, a unit of distance measure that everyone has agreed on, gauge blocks to put those units of measure into people's hands at high precision, and a government body to serve as the ultimate authority for those measures, is incredibly profound. Everything in the modern world around you which is made in an industrial way, even pretzels, completely depends on those preconditions. It's this repeatable precision down to tiny fractions of an inch that gives us our modern interchangeable world. It's not just that we have that level of precision, but that it's also incredibly cheap and ubiquitous. Objects that demand precision like clocks or astronomical instruments were once owned only by royalty or the extremely wealthy, but now something like the ballpoint pen, which requires incredible precision, can be bought for pennies. And it's not just the pens, but the entire web of precision, like the trucks that deliver them, or the computers which process and track the order, and then everything else again, which in turn makes the trucks and computers possible, and so on. Millions of things need to go right consistently in order to deliver a pen to your desktop for 14 cents a piece. Which brings us to the first machine thinking project, the James Watt micrometer. Watt is best known for his improvements to the steam engine, but he invented many other things, including the U-shaped micrometer which is found in every machine shop today. He built his micrometer around 1772, likely based on a friend's astronomical instrument for measuring the width of stars and the angular distance between them. As a prolific inventor and mechanical engineer, he was in desperate need of precision in a world that had very little of it. Although Watt had trained as an instrument maker and was no stranger to what was precision work for the day, not even the surface plate had been invented yet. Remember that desert island? That's sort of the situation Watt found himself in. While there are some amazing precision-ish objects created by craftsmen of his time and before, everyone was on their own island, often surrounded with much secrecy, working to their own standards. Watt's inch was his own, and his micrometer was even based on a decimal system. He didn't make his micrometer publicly known, and it's kind of like a spaceship that landed 100 years before it was reinvented by a Frenchman, who then sold the patent to Brown and Sharp, and now they're everywhere precision is needed. In the next video, we'll go into more detail about Watt's micrometer, his design choices, and thoughts around how I'm making it. I've only scratched the surface of the history and science of measurement, or more properly known as dimensional metrology. We have evidence of humans trying to crack this problem for thousands of years, and it's a fascinating subject. I'll link to more resources on my website. I'm starting the first project with precision, because it's what all other projects will be based on, and it's so foundational to machining. Precision isn't an accident, and is the result of an amazing amount of work and investment over hundreds of years to get us to where we are today. The milling machines, lathes, measuring devices, and other tools we use in the home shop are direct descendants of the work of countless people who came before us. What a privilege to stand on the shoulders of so many men and women such that we, too, can quickly and easily make precision parts which we know are to the same standards as others anywhere. Even in the most modest home shop, precision is cheap, and I hope you've found this small part of the story as fascinating as I have. I hope you'll join with me in future videos as I explore the techniques, machines, history, and the impact on us over many future projects to come. I can't wait to get started. I'll see you next time. My favorite book on the subject of metrology is The Foundations of Mechanical Accuracy by Wayne Moore, son of Richard Moore, founder of the Moore Special Tool Company. More Tools are known for their incredible accuracy and insane lengths the company went to build their machines. Their jig boring and grinding machines are very famous, and I'm sorry to say I've never had a chance to use one, or even seen one in person. Richard Moore is credited with adding an extra decimal place to precision manufacturing, a feat I'm not sure anyone else can claim. So I emailed the Moore Tool Company and asked exactly, which decimal place are we talking about here? And I'm still waiting on an answer. Wayne's 1970 book is essentially a very elaborate sales brochure for their universal measuring machine, thoroughly showing how they built their machines, control for quality at every step of the way, and steps for maintaining a millionth of an inch in accuracy. But it's a lot more than that, too. Having extensive documentation on all the pitfalls, setups, and techniques needed for ultra-precise measurement and manufacturing, even down to how they had very elaborate temperature controls and worked hard to keep even human body heat away from castings weighing tons. There's also sections on measurement history, and this book served as one of the inspirations and sources for this video.
Huh? It's okay.
If you like guys in Brill cream and horn-rimmed glasses getting super nerdy with precision, I can't recommend this book enough. If you look on eBay or Amazon, people are asking crazy prices for used editions though. But you can still buy it directly from the Moore Company, brand new at far lower prices. It's still spendy, but a worthy addition to your bookshelf. Over 350 pages, with over 550 photographs, is well worth the price of admission. Remember talking about all the possible measurements of Johansen blocks? The standard 81 block set is broken into whole inches along the bottom, 1 to 4 inches, then increments of 50 thousandths, from 50 thou up to 950. Above that is the blocks needed to fill in between the 50 thous, with 101 to 149 thou blocks. And then above that, finally the 10 blocks which cover the 10 thousandths between each thousandth. The process for determining which blocks you need usually goes something like this. Let's take the measurement of 3 inches, 976 thousandths, and 2 tenths. Conveniently, this is the example also used on the Starrett site, so people with other block sets can follow along. First, you want to eliminate the 2 10,000ths at the end. So you'd select the block that's 100 thou with 2 tenths and subtract that from the total. Now we have 3.876 inches. The thousandths place ends in a 6. So you look at all your thousandths blocks which end in 6 and select one which will make the thousandths place either a 5 or 0. In this case, let's select the 126 thou block and subtract that for 3.75 inches even. Now it's a simple matter of adding a 750 thou block and then 3 inches, and then we're done. Here's why the claim of over 100,000 possible measurements bugs me. Well, that's true, only because they use the weasel word over. I figured pretty much straight away this way underestimates the possibilities. You don't even have to do any real calculations. Because this set allows us to make 10,000 measurements between each inch, just start figuring out how many full inches you can cover. If we add up just our inch blocks, 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's 10 inches. Which means that by combining those inch blocks with the smaller ones, we know right there we can get 10 sets of 10,000 measurements. So that's your 100,000 measurements right there. But here's the kicker. If you add up all the blocks, like stick them all together, they add up to over 26.5 inches. That tells me, even without doing a single calculation, the possible measurements is way higher than 100,000, since that 10 inches is like 2/5 of the total measurement. Now true, it's only if you've lived a bad life you would ever likely have to stick so many blocks together. Typically it's unusual to make measurements over a couple inches, but we are a nerdy, pedantic people, and knowing the exact number of possible measurements is important for reasons. So I looked into this kind of combinatorial problem, and it's a minor variant on what is known as the 0-1 knapsack problem, which gets into the optimal objects to place in a limited space, like a knapsack. Borrowing some code I found online to solve this problem, I was able to determine the number of measurements you can make with an 81-piece set of Johansen's blocks like mine is 261,535. At least, I'm pretty sure that's the number, which is far, far greater than the number advertised. However, this method produces incredibly unoptimized combinations for which blocks to use for a given measurement. For example, its answer for 1 inch is not the inch block, but this ridiculous combination. So I wrote my own program with the aim of producing the possible blocks, but optimized for the fewest number. Currently, my version is able to find 230,682. It's actually perfect up until about 19.5 inches, when the recursive algorithm I wrote starts to miss measurements the other one finds, so clearly I need to do some tweaking there. By this time, you've put together all the inches, all the 50,000 blocks, and started to make tricky combinations of the smattering of blocks that are left over. I'll post on my website the solution I've come up with so far, and once I've had a chance to clean them up, I'll post the code to my solution and the one I found online into my GitHub account. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
You might be seeing a lot of internet influencer hype advertiser content you won't believe they don't want you to see lately about these so-called personal air conditioners. You might have wondered if these might be too good to be true. And today I'm here to tell you that
if you've seen any of the videos coming out of China, you'd think it was an absolute chaos. Well, it is. This video is brought to you by Morning Brew. Morning Brew is a super easy, convenient way to get the news that you want directly straight to your inbox completely for free. It's awesome. I use it every day. I used to wake up and waste an hour in bed while scrolling through different sources for news to catch up on before I start my day. Now I still do that, but it only takes me about 5 minutes, and I'm completely brought up to speed on business, finance, and tech. Traditional news is dense, dry, and boring, but Morning Brew is witty, relevant, and informative. For example, I just learned how your digital self will outlive you, and finally, I got a clear answer on whether or not that Google AI actually had a consciousness. It only takes 15 seconds to sign up, and it's completely free. Convenient, easy to read, easy to follow news straight to your inbox every single morning. Sign up for free. Go to morningbrewdaily.com/lao, L-A-O, or click the link in the description. Thanks. Banks in central China are refusing to give billions of dollars to people. They literally cannot take their money out of the ATM or banks in general. People come out to protest, and the government hired mafia and thugs to remove them violently. You see, people don't get to protest in China, especially if it's against any semblance or representation of the government. If you think the past 3 years have been wild in the USA, well, strap in, because China was a hell of a lot crazier. You see, China's dictator removed term limits and completely wiped out all rival competition from the Communist Party of China. You see, there were different factions within the Communist Party of China that you most often don't hear about, but they actually vie for power and they help kind of keep each other in check. Well, Xi Jinping actually removed all of those factions, and now there is a one-party dictatorship with only yes men sucking up to him. He's effectively become an emperor. The government welded people in their homes when COVID broke out and continued draconian lockdowns to the point of people starving to death. China then moved forward with genocide in Western China and put over 1 million ethnic minorities into concentration camps, which was first denied by the Chinese government, but then proven through hacks, leaks, and video. Massive property companies went bust and millions of people lost their investments. The ghost cities that China is building at record pace, well, surprise, surprise, they turned out to be ghost cities. And it was the people that lost out. The government offered little to no recourse for the people who lost their life savings. And now Chinese people are refusing to pay their mortgage. This is bad. And the reason it's bad is that a massive chunk of China's GDP is actually real estate investment. And I'm not talking about buying houses that are already made. I'm talking about buying projects that will be made in the future of poor quality and will probably never be lived in. So Chinese people are looking at this saying, why am I buying into all these failed projects when all of these real estate companies are crumbling and failing? Well, a huge chunk of people actually just started to refuse to pay those mortgages, and the government is absolutely panicking. The country then tightened its already insane crackdowns on freedom of speech. Remember, China consistently ranks as one of the least free countries in the entire world. So, with all of these issues, why hasn't China had a revolution? That is the most common question I get on a daily basis. When are the Chinese people going to stand up and have a revolution? When is China going to become a free country? When are people going to stand up and take down the government? What you have to understand is the government has created this incredible design where it's blocked everyone from knowing anything other than its own narrative. The state owns and controls every single media outlet. It's not like Fox or CNN or any of the other thousands of independent media. It's not like me talking to you now. China owns and censors every single piece of media that comes out. And most importantly, blocks almost everything coming in from the outside. The Chinese internet is basically an intranet at this point, getting closer and closer to North Korea. The government has brainwashed the populace to such an extent that many people don't realize that China is one of the least free countries in the world. It even buys into the propaganda that China is actually a democracy. I know it's crazy, but China's actually done a massive propaganda push for China to claim it's a free democracy. They've been doing this for over a year now. And as laughable as this actually is, it worked. It's time and time again been able to not only get people to blame the local government and not the central government, but it's been able to do it to a point where people actually cry out and ask the central government to save them from these evil local corrupt politicians, not realizing that the central government is the reason that all of this happens. The very top-down structure that claims it's saving people from disaster is creating the disasters left and right. Look at the bank protests in Henan. The people are holding up signs of Chairman Mao and claiming that the central government will save them from this horrible disaster, and that it's not the fault of the central government at all. In fact, it's just the local officials, and that is by design. These bank runs in Henan are not only in Henan. I spoke to financial experts, and they claim that this is just under the surface of many areas around China, particularly in rural parts, where the news might not leak out. This is a ticking time bomb. You see, China simply cannot let these things get out of hand. So rather than reform and fix the problems, the Chinese government hires mafia and thugs to harass, beat, and take people away. Sometimes imprison them, sometimes making them disappear. The reason is that China is much more fragile than people might think. What it has is a full police state control over its people. No, China is not on the brink of collapse. But when these uprisings spread, people start to think more critically and say, hey, this is not only in our small town in Henan. I also heard from a relative that it's happening in Guangxi or in Gansu or in Fujian. In China, post-1949, the dream is only just to get enough money to survive, to exist, to succumb to every whim of the glorious leader, and to keep your mouth shut. And don't pursue any higher meaning or purpose. Don't participate in government politics or question anything. Stay behind your great firewall of censorship and make sure you treat other countries other than China as your enemy and as the cause of all of China's problems. Ostracized from society, sometimes arrested, sometimes disappeared. The Chinese government operates on a simple platform. Keep your head down and your mouth shut, and we'll make sure that you can earn money. That shallow and unfulfilling goal is weak, and when it fails, the government has no option but to silence people. You see, if China lets these massive problems change public sentiment, you better believe China would have a revolution. If families are affected and if money is lost, the Chinese government is on borrowed time. But I think that the Chinese government has such a rigorous and tight control over people, both mentally and physically, that you simply won't see that happen. You see, the police state is real. The security apparatus is the best in the world. China can stop anything and everything at their whim. Every single person is documented, logged, and could potentially be tracked. Not only that, People are simply not willing to point out that this is the fault of Beijing, the central government, and its leadership. But no, the leader is deified, and he's become a god amongst men. This isn't just a local issue, this is on a national scale, but the government has created such a godlike and fallible reputation that I doubt we will see what happened in Tiananmen Square again. Why don't people band together? Why don't people get in groups and talk about where they can protest next? Why don't people go to overthrow the government? Well, they can't. Every single level of communication is watched, monitored, censored, removed, and dealt with. You cannot go on a WhatsApp group and say, hey, let's go form a protest. Every message has been read by the government. Nobody can band together to organize anything unless it was extremely local. And you see the problem. It will always be a local issue. It's by design. This is why I think it's not correct to use American or democratic ideals on reform for China. China's already created a mass prison for every living soul there. And it's gonna take more than just chaos to change perception on the ground. The other reason is that China's created a real apathetic populace. That's not to say that everyone is just rolling over and taking it, but the punishments are so severe, and people know that speaking out against the government, especially the central government, is definitely not a good idea, because what you will be is a martyr that gets little to no respect for doing so. Speaking out against government policy just doesn't go well. So a lot of people just say, what am I supposed to do about it? If I can't speak out, if I can't stand up, if I can't make my situation better, then what am I actually supposed to do about it? Every time that people try to come together, it gets squashed. And the government has spent since 1949 telling people that the only reason they have anything in this entire world is because of the Communist Party of China. You can understand why that would lead to mass apathy. The bitter pill to swallow for dreamy Westerners is that the Chinese government is probably not going anywhere. We just have to make sure in other countries that we don't support them, bolster them, or allow them to influence countries abroad in their ever-expanding quest for control.
Here in northeast England, the fishing industry overwhelmingly supported Brexit. Fishermen were keen to take back control of UK waters and become independent of Brussels. Almost 70% of voters in the region wanted Britain to leave the EU.
Plan 444, thanks for the follow.
Now that's happened, they feel let down.
What are you doing here? Have you lost your way on the way to some other channel? You misclicked this channel? Hello, Clint. Hello, hello. How are you? Someone told me that my net is good. Really? Really? My net is good? Jeez. It's okay, I guess. It's not that good yet. I'm still learning how to play her. But yeah, I do like I'm playing net on all my Smurf accounts at the moment. So I'm getting all my Smurf accounts from Grandmaster to Epic. So yeah, I am playing net. So yeah, I guess I'll play some net. How am I doing? I'm okay, I guess. I'm recovering from COVID, if you can believe it. Like, this is my 6th day having COVID. Fuck, I think the worst is over. The last 3 days were bad. Fuck me. Today is I'm still not feeling well, but at least I don't feel like I'm dying, man. My combo can kill the enemy damn fast. Yeah, that's the entire point, right? Yes, you're supposed to kill them before they can react. I'll see what I can do in this game, yeah? Really? Come on. Oh my god. Start the game, please. It's nice that people are talking about my channel. It's not often that happens. Like once upon a time, I had like 20 or 30 people watching me at a time. But I stopped streaming since I found a job a while ago. And yeah, right now like, I'm not quite working full time anymore,
Where is
so I'm
my
just going
target?
back to streaming again. But yeah. I'm hunting Laylas, but fucking hell, why are all the Laylas on my team? Like, far out, man. Seriously? Why do I get the Laylas on my team? Anyways, we've got magic damage. We've got me. We've got, oh, thank God that idiot switched out Layla. Yeah, this looks okay, but we don't have a jungler. So that I guess I'm jungling, right? Really? No one wants to jungle? Oh my god, seriously? Fuckers are useless. Anyways, Layla A tier character. Yeah, man, fucking hell. Like, I really can't stand people that play Layla. Like, why the fuck will you play Layla? It's not like you have any, like, that's the only character you get. You start the game, right, you get a few characters, and Layla is basically the second worst character in the game. She's the fucking second worst character in the game. So why the fuck would you use Layla? I don't understand at all. It's a shit character. Do you not understand how shit it is? Anyways, I'll see what I can do about killing stuff. Enemy has got, well, I've got, Moskov is sort of a valid target. I got 3, 4. Nana is sort of a valid target as well. So like, Mia's got fuck it. I'll see what I can do about killing people. Even Mia is better than Layla. Yeah, Mia is actually okay. Mia is actually okay. Because when you press your when you press your ultimate, right, it's basically a free purify. It's a free purify, and you go in this. Like what the fuck is that? That's a great skill to have. And Mia single-handedly, right? You can escape. And then you do a shit ton of damage after you go invisible, and then like you appear and you kill the entire fucking team. You've seen that happen a lot of times, right? And Mia doesn't need like constant babysitting from some other teammates, right? So it's like, yeah, like why the fuck will you play Mia? And nobody's in the mid lane. Like seriously, why? Why is nobody in the mid lane?
The truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Oh my god, seriously. Of course my fucking teammates are useless. And look at that idiot. That idiot with no retribution, right? He's going after my red buff. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for working on it for me. I very much appreciate it.
It wasn't me.
What a fucking moron.
But the king chose me. Truly wise enemy has been slain.
What's the turtle is. Why is there no one in the bottom lane now? Why is there no one in the bottom lane now? I don't understand.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me. He served the light while working in the dark. What's the truth?
I gotta clear the bottom lane before I can go get the fucking turtle for these idiots, you know? Like seriously.
Give me names and I will give you blood.
Yeah. Throw your stupid Molina. I give a shit. You suddenly pop out, then inspire, and you die immediately. Yeah. Pop out, inspire, and then like not just you die, you know, the whole team dies. Because her fucking arrows, right? Like she can use the skill 1, her fucking arrows hit everything. At least like no, you know, like there's utility. There are certain use cases where this character is actually okay, you know. But it's like fucking hell, man. Like Layla, like are you fucking serious?
An ally has slain the turtle.
Are we still doing this, my friend? Are we still fucking doing this?
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose
Yeah,
me.
I'll let you do it. I'll let you do it. Yeah, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Yeah, keep going.
One life is just enough.
Initiate retreat.
Yeah, go for it, go for it. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you, yeah?
What's the truth?
I'll wait for you. Yeah, I'll wait for you, I'll wait for you.
A truly wise man will not tell
Yeah,
you.
yeah, I'll wait for you, I'll wait for you.
Initiate retreat.
Yeah, go, 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 go. Go.
Give me names and I will
Initiate
give you
retreat.
blood.
Yeah, you want to stay? Oh, yeah, sure.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
He doesn't get it right. He doesn't get it right. Fuck off.
What's the truth?
He doesn't understand, you know. Fuck off from the buff.
Our turret has been destroyed. Enemy has been slain.
Well, no one's looking after the bottom lane, so fuck it, man. I don't care. Watch Nana try and hit me. Is Moscow their jungler?
Give me names and I will give you blood.
Initiate retreat.
Nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Yeah, okay, fuck you. Fuck you.
One life is just enough.
Well, Turtle's on the top lane. I'll go get this first.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Alright, time to go and try to get the turtle. Oh my god, this guy is a fucking regular champion, man.
Served the light while
Tries to take my buff and then just fucking feeds the enemy. Like, what the fuck? What's the point of having you in on the team? Seriously, fuck you. This Julian is an asshole. Yeah, complete asshole. Also, well, while I'm in game, right? Sometimes I'm not paying attention to the chat.
It wasn't me.
Sometimes I'm not paying attention to chat, so I have to apologize, right? I'll try to keep out of chat, but I need to pay attention to the game sometimes, especially when you're a fucking useless Julian that's trying to take the buff all the time, and it's long that loses to Nana. So it's like, yeah, it's a very interesting game, right? No, seriously. All right, you want to fight the turtle there? All right, good. So every enemy that's walked past, right, can see you hitting it, right?
It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me.
An ally has slain the attack.
Are we killing that?
Nothing is true. Nothing down.
Oh man, don't hit me, don't hit me!
Killing spree.
Yeah, that got taken care of. Can we please take the tower? I have a feeling the tank is actually doing work. Nana time to die, right?
Your team destroyed a turret.
Give me names and I will give you blood.
Someone kill her, please. Someone kill her, please. Nobody's gonna kill her. Alright, never mind, that's alright. I thought I'd give you guys a kill, but seriously, you guys are just dumb fucks. No one wants to look after the bottom tower as well, right? Seriously.
What's the truth?
I'm not clear. I'm not. Wow, Moskov took that. I'm not clearing that wave.
Truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Right, Nana is dead, right? Yup, Julian is dead.
Initiate retreat.
Julian is fucking dead, right? Yeah, I need all the fucking attention to carry these idiots, man.
Initiate retreat. Our turret has been destroyed.
Nothing is true. What's the truth?
Under attack. Launch attack.
I'll probably have to use retribution on this. Oh, he actually didn't want to come and get the thing.
wasn't me who chose King of Light. King.
Double kill.
Wow, Mia's doing well.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Since Moskov won't using his buff, I'll take the buff, yeah? That's how it works, right? Yep.
We
1, 2,
served the
3,
light
4, 5
while
moves.
working on the
I'll clear the bottom lane. Shouldn't be my job, but I'll clear the bottom lane.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Launch attack.
I need to go get my red buff. Red buff is up.
One life is just enough. What's the truth? One life is just enough.
An ally has been initiated.
What happened there?
Truly wise.
Oh, that's my bad. That was my bad. That was really my bad. That was my bad.
Killing spree.
At least I have a decent MM. Yeah, oh well. Ooh! Ooh! That was my fault. I died for nothing.
Enemy has been slain.
Yeah. What you gonna do? You're gonna run from that?
Initiate retreat.
Yeah, you're dead.
Give me names, and I will.
What the fuck, man?
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Request backup.
Yeah, because all I want is...
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
An enemy has been slain.
No one's clearing the bottom lane again.
Served the light while working on the dark.
Initiate retreat.
Well, it's a long way to clear the
It
bottom
wasn't
lane.
me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Initiate retreat.
Let's thought I can get a kill somewhere. Franco's dead, right?
Nothing is true.
Initiate retreat. Nothing has slain an enemy.
One life is just enough.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Initiate retreat.
Give me. Nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Launch attack.
We served the light.
Killing
Oh
spree.
yeah! Marksman is actually good. The Mia is actually good.
Your team destroyed a turret.
Yep, well, you're doing a lot. I'll do a lot with you. I don't have retribution up though.
An ally has
Well, we got it.
The truth.
Good, really good. Well, everybody else is coming.
Initiate retreat.
Truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Anybody here?
One
Initiate
life
retreat.
is just enough.
Launch attack.
They do stuff they are so dumb. Yeah, it's retarded, you know or not? Like, it's retarded how dumb they are.
Mega kill. Nothing is true. You have slain.
Yeah, I died for the tower.
Retreat.
I think we get the tower because I died. Yeah, that's sort of calculated. I was hoping to get the tower. It's worth it to die for, especially the inhibitor tower. That's how I feel. Sometimes you wonder if your teammates have at least a few brain cells. Nah, man, like, no, it's Mostly, I don't know why I'm playing this game. Like, mostly idiots play this game, man. I don't understand. Once upon a time, right, when I just started playing this game, I thought that, oh, maybe if I got to Mythic, right, things wouldn't be so bad. Then I got to Mythic, it's like, nah, man, people are just as fucking stupid here as they are.
Initiate retreat.
Look at Julian coming as well.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Our turret has been destroyed. An ally has been. Our turret is under attack.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Lost 2 towers just like that.
Enemy has been slain. Initiate
Oh,
retreat.
nice.
An ally has been slain.
Lost 2 towers just like that, you know, like seriously, no one gives a flying fuck. Yeah, please don't defend the towers. You might actually win if you defend the towers, you know.
The king chose me.
Like seriously? You want to come and snatch that from me?
Fate
Like,
forced
seriously?
me to become an assassin.
What's your score? 165. Of course you want to snatch that from me. Your fucking score is 165.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
We're gonna lose towers at the bottom now.
Our turret is under attack. An ally has been slain.
We served the light.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Nothing is true. Nothing is
Initiate retreat.
Oh man, seriously? Why do I keep losing to him? Why the fuck do I keep losing to him? There should be no reason why I'm losing to him. We're not winning this one anyways. I don't really want to win this one. We have 066, we have 275. Like, seriously, man, like, I really can't be fucked. This unwritten rule, right, that I will not be pushing for, I will not be trying my best to win. All I'm doing is just going for kills. Since I'm the jungler, I'll try to do some of my work. But in the end, it's like, yeah, fuck it, man, I don't care. Like, you've got no health, man, go get the fuck back. Also, you don't want to clear lanes? Yeah, fuck it, I don't care. I'm not clearing lanes. You want the raid? Yeah, sure, go ahead, take the raid.
What's the truth?
Backup. Our turret is under attack.
One life, just enough.
Request backup. Nobody has been slain. Double kill. Ally has slain down. Triple kill.
Oh yeah, that feels good. That feels good. Da, 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 da. I knew that it
Truly
would.
wise
Da,
man
da, da,
will
da,
tell you the truth.
that feels good.
Your team destroyed a turret.
We served the
You're not
light
coming back in
while
time, right?
working in the dark. One life is just... Nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Your
No,
team
can't finish it.
destroyed a turret.
I have to wait for the Lord. My health is so fucking low. Ooh, that's good work.
Down. Your team destroyed a turret. Launch attack.
Nothing is true. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Launch
Oh, at least someone's doing work.
Give me nothing is true. Nothing is true.
Request backup.
Truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Ally has been request backup. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, Julian is doing work. Oh man, please stop dying. Oh, really, please stop dying. Oh, Julian's dead, right? There's one more. There's one more somewhere here. There's one more somewhere here. Two more actually.
What's the truth?
Initiate retreat.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king.
Just gotta wait for the Lord to respawn and then take the Lord. Hopefully we can finish it after we take the Lord. That's all I can do. It's like fucking hell, man.
Search the light while working.
I think you should help to that. Alright, good night.
Request backup.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Request backup. Ally has slain Lord.
Give me names and I will give you blood. One life is just enough.
Killing spree.
What's the truth?
Attack. Enemy has been slain.
What, we lost the thing already? Wow.
Truly wise man will not tell.
Mega kill. Initiate retreat.
One life is just enough.
Nothing down.
Okay.
Victory.
Oh my god, seriously. What the fuck is this shit? Is there a cat around here somewhere? Ow. Whoa. Oh, it just made it. What? What the fuck was that? Seriously. Ugh. Fuck you, ants. Any more assholes? We gotta lose next round. Yeah, I can't pronounce your name. But thanks for the follow, I guess. Welcome to the channel. What are we up to this evening? Right? Yeah. Oh man, yep. Not even gonna bother with this shit. Okay. Oh. Give me my 1 point. Yeah. Holy shit, I'm gonna lose, right? I know, boss. Oh, man, fuck you. I remember that shit. Oh my god, seriously, Mofa.
Where is my target?
Welcome to Mobile Legends! 5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield. Smash them! All troops deployed!
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood.
First blood!
One life is just enough.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me. What's the truth? We served the light while working in the dark. Fate forced me to become an assassin. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
An enemy has been slain.
One life is just
An
enough.
ally has slain the turtle.
What's the truth? It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose me.
An enemy has been slain.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. We served the light while working in the dark. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
We served the light while working in the dark. It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret. Ally has been slain. You destroyed a turret.
What's the truth?
Ally has been slain.
One life is just enough. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
An ally has been slain.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
An ally has been slain.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. Fate forced me to become an assassin. Nothing is true. Give me
An enemy ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
to serve the light while working.
Double kill. The turret has been destroyed.
Nothing is true.
Your team destroyed the turret.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Our turret is under attack.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. What's the truth? Fate forced me to become an assassin.
An ally has slain the turtle. An ally has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. Double kill. Killing spree.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Our turret has been destroyed.
What's the truth?
An is under attack. Launch attack.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king.
Mega kill.
We served the light while working in the dark.
Our turret is under attack.
A truly wise man will not tell you the truth.
Nothing is true. Enemy has been slain. Unstoppable.
Give me names and I will give you blood.
Your team destroyed the turret. Killing spree. Monster kill. Your team destroyed the turret.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
An ally has been slain.
One life is just enough.
An enemy has been slain.
What's the truth?
An ally has been slain.
We served the light while working in the dark. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. We served the light while working in the dark. A truly wise man.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. One life is just enough. What's the truth?
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me. Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Nothing is mega kill. The enemy has slain more. Enemy has been slain. Enemy has been slain. Your team destroyed a turret.
Give me
Double
names,
kill.
and I will give you blood.
Oh, dewdrop, man.
Just enough.
Killing spree. Wiped out.
What's the truth?
Initiate retreat. Our turret is under attack.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me.
Our turret has been destroyed.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. We served the light while working in the dark.
Launch attack.
Give me names, and I will give you blood. We served the light while working in the dark.
Initiate retreat.
A truly wise man.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Nothing is true. One life.
Nothing is. An enemy has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me. What's the truth? Fate forced me to become an assassin. We served the light while working in the dark.
An ally has been slain. The enemy has been slain.
Fate forced me to become an assassin. A truly wise man will not tell you the truth. Give me names, and I will give you blood. What's the truth? It wasn't me who chose King of Light, but the king chose me. One life, just enough.
An ally has slain Lord.
We served the light while working in the dark.
No enemy has been slain. Monster kill. Shut down. Double kill.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. turret is under attack. Been destroyed. Our inhibitor turret is under attack.
What's the truth?
Ally has been slain.
It wasn't me who chose King of Light. The king chose
Request
me.
backup. An ally has been slain.
A truly
Initiate
wise
retreat.
man will not tell you the truth. One life is just enough. Fate forced me to become an assassin. Nothing is true. Bring me peace.
Enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Enemy rampage. Enemy has been slain.
What's the truth?
Unstoppable.
Nothing is true.
Shut down.
Fate forced me to become an assassin.
Enemy has been slain. An ally has slain Lord.
One life is just enough.
You have slain an enemy.
Give me names, and I will give you blood.
Victory!
You can install it yourself. So far, you like it. Go fuck yourself.